All right. Good morning, everybody. It is another beautiful freaking, what is it? Wednesday? Tuesday? Wednesday. I got Corona date time going on right now. Welcome. Um, so, do some guns. Let's do some rockets. Let's do some crazy stuff. Okay. For those of you who don't know what we were doing last week, we were making guns. Guns fire. Bow, 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 bow. I'll press the play button real quick. Let's turn on that desktop audio. So we basically got this thing set up and ready to go animation wise. And you guys may also notice that the muzzle flash is a little different. I spent some time working on these muzzle flashes earlier this week, and I ended up building something ridiculous. Like, I got all these muzzle flashes, side flash and the muzzle flash. I figure, you know what? It'd be cool if we pulled out the more cartoonish one, and I'll eventually just get all of these flashes up onto Filebase, and you guys will be able to use that for updating your muzzle flashes as well. And for those of you who may not or were not here last week, but are GDHQ Pro members, you guys are probably starting to already get the emails all last week. We're switching systems over right now to another version of our backend. We just got tired of it. We got tired of the bugs, the issues, the this, the that. So we're switching it over. If you search gun, and I actually attached the scripts onto the USB. I attached it to this Colt pistol, and I attached it to the Beretta, which is right here. So if I were to download this into my scene, which we'll just give it a second to do that. Okay, and I'll import that in. Now I'll locate it, and inside of here, I have the Beretta prefab. So if I were to drop this in here, I'll just hide my Colt for a second, and I press play. You know, you guys will have the script, and then if you want to select your Beretta and rotate it a different direction, it looks good. It works. So yeah, now you guys can kind of come along with me on this journey. And what is this journey going to entail today? We started with guns, right? We got that going. It's looking good. It's looking fabulous. But we only did handguns. We didn't go any further than that. So we need to actually get into like the bad boys, like the submachine guns, the rifles, the assault rifles. May even have time for a rocket launcher. Earlier this week, I uploaded a bunch of new things onto Filebase, which will help make our rocket launcher effective. And one of the new things that I uploaded were the smoke and the explosions. So we have a whole bunch of explosions now. So you guys can probably get an idea. When we do create this, we may create a fireball or a smoke cloud. I'm not sure which one. It streaks from there, and then boom, it hits it, and we get this giant, nasty looking explosion that instantiates. So we'll have some fun today. But I'm going to kind of throw a softball pitch to myself right now. I don't want to take this. I don't want to redo everything I've done. It's the last thing I want to do. I want to keep this as easy as possible. So I'm going to go grab this Desert Eagle. Now, this Desert Eagle is badass. Do you guys remember Desert Eagles from The Matrix? I fell in love with it. Everyone needs a 50 caliber handgun for home self-defense, right? Uh, so just grab one of these bad boys, and drop this into scene. And I did a slight rework on it. So it has a silencer if you want to keep that 50 caliber down to an ear-piercing screech. But I don't know if it's going to help you that much. I'll drop the Desert Eagle in. On, say, a sniper rifle, would the flash and such be pretty much the same as the pistol? With a slightly different animation and sound? Yeah. I mean, and that's the goal. Is I'm going to try to go through these, kind of live. We'll do some sound adjustments, and what I create, I'll put on Filebase, so you guys don't have to do it. But I thought about the sniper rifle, and some of these are, I think all of them are bolt action, if I'm not mistaken. Which, click, fire, cartridge shoots out. Let's do a gun. Tommy gun is a little different. Okay, so we got this regular rifle right here. This one's actually got the handle on it that reloads, so you would need that animation. Fire, bullet, projectile. This reloads instead of let's say a revolver spinning or something like that, which I already started working on already, are the revolvers. The M1A, I don't think it's technically a sniper rifle. It's just a rifle, but same kind of concept. I was also kind of saving the sniper rifles because I know John wants to do a scope. He wants to be able to take the gun and go into scope view with it. And so I've kind of just been sitting back for him. But the SVD is a good one. This is totally a sniper rifle right here. And the scope is actually attached to it. And John mentioned how he wanted to do like a camera in scope. So, you zoom on in, you could see through it. But also, we were talking about, hey, Adam. We got the AWP sniper rifles, got the scope, the Barrette. Oh, so we got a couple of them. Yeah, I think they're all pretty much the same kind of animation, just definitely a different sound. But I know he talked about in these attachments, we got like the dot sight and the hollow sight and ACOG scope. Instead of it being one of those things where it sits and you like look through it and it turns into this vignette with the scope target on it, it would be more of the gun would sit at eye level and you could see through the dot sight and see the enemy target that you're shooting at. So we got a couple things that we're going to be putting together for that. And these will be just like drop and drag. We'll have courses to show you how to build it, but then we'll also have the drop and drag ability to just put it onto your gun in this game. But yes, hey Adam, hey Roberto. Yeah, so we got a couple cool things going on. But as I was saying, we've been doing pistols. We need to get into machine guns. We need to set up, let's say, what is it? The burst fire, the 3 burst fire versus the single semi versus the full auto. We need to set that up as well for like machine guns and stuff like that, especially the submachine guns. So we got a lot to play with. Okay, so I was messing around with this the other day, and I kind of was coming up with my workflow on how I was going to do these gun adjustments. So here's kind of what I did is I kind of set the gun, and this may be way too big. Let's bring this down just a touch. Okay, I set the gun kind of where this position was, and I created a brand new empty game object, and I'll call this Desert Eagle position. Okay, and this is the parent. Whoops, silly me, I didn't reset. All right, this is the Desert Eagle position. So this position sits at 000, and now my Desert Eagle sits underneath it. I have a whole bunch of stuff in here for the Desert Eagle and the Colt. I don't want to redo this stuff. This is time consuming and difficult. So I'm going to take everything from smoke down below, and let me unpack this prefab. Unpack prefab. I'm going to take everything from smoke and below and drop this underneath my Desert Eagle. And then I'm going to go to my Colt, and I'm just going to copy this component and place it here. And I'll go to my Colt again. I'll copy my animator, and I'll place it under my Desert Eagle. And I'll also copy my script. Copy this component, place it into my Desert Eagle. All right, so you can see how they're still all connected, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm just going to click on my Colt and turn it off for just a second because I want to just focus in on my Desert Eagle right now. And all of our content is, all the smoke is based on particles. So I'm just going to adjust the smoke positioning so that it's in the right spot when I do fire. I do see it. Bullet casing, I'm going to set this to looping so I could see where the bullets are coming out. I may want to set this a little higher, but I also want to see the size of the bullet. I think that's a pretty good size. Like, it seems like it's the correct size for this particular gun. My gun light, I like that position right there. My muzzle on the side. So let me make sure I set that looping back off. Muzzle side. All right. So I'm going to move this slightly over, and I could adjust my what you call it? Let me take my gun folder, and I'm going to move my gun folder underneath my Desert Eagle for right now, because I'm going to export this out as its own separate piece. So in here, let's see. Let's see, something happened here. I think we're still all good. Okay, we're all good. So I go into my Desert Eagle area, and I could go to my muzzle flashes. And this is where the muzzle flashes currently exist for what I have. I'm going to get rid of these two, and I want to get something more suitable for the muzzle flash side of my, and I'll delete these as well, my muzzle flash side for my Desert Eagle. So I'm going to go to my flashes, and I got my fronts and my sides, and I want something nasty, but not ridiculous. Like, to me, this seems like a pretty good one right here, this flash side 12. I'm going to drop my flash side 12 into here, and I also need a front flash, and it's not going to have this big triangle, I don't think. I mean, I don't think Desert Eagles shoot that type of triangle type. That's usually kind of saved for let's see, so it's got that big muzzle flash right there. I know I'm referencing a movie on how a Desert Eagle should look, but it's got a huge muzzle flash, but it doesn't have like the triangle, that splitting of the muzzle flash. That's more reserved for like the AK-47s and all that other stuff. So we'll make this a big muzzle flash without the star, in essence. Flash 11 looks pretty good to me. Yeah, I think Flash 11 may be it for me. You know, it's something kind of right in the middle. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Flash Front 11. I'm going to drop this into my muzzle flashes. And then with these muzzle flashes, I could select these and set these to alpha. So now they're transparent. And then for this particular asset, this is the muzzle flash front. I drop the muzzle flash front. And for the muzzle flash side, I drop the muzzle flash, side. boom, and boom. And then once that's done, let's take a look at this side. All right, that looks pretty good. I noticed that there's like this this something around the image. Do you see this like white part? So let me take a look at this. I think this may be a Photoshop thing. Let me take a look at my muzzle flash front too. And I'll set this to loop and play. I think the front looks good. It's this side that has that weird thing going on. So how do you fix this? Take it into Photoshop, folks. Let's go to Explorer and we'll turn on Photoshop. And we'll do some quick cleanup around the edges and save it back. And this is good because, you know, this prepares you, if you are doing game development, to be able to make adjustments and changes to whatever you want and not have to be completely reliant on an artist who may not get to what you need immediately. So I'm just going to go grab my navigator. Let's zoom on in. I'm going to select this top layer. And, you know, this is one of those things where you can't even see the issue, but it's there. So I'm just going to erase around, and I'm going to get real thin and erase right around here. But I couldn't even see the alpha glow with the naked eye. Let me get something a little softer to hide this stuff right here. And then I'm going to delete this and hit save. And now this image will have been updated. So let's take a look at the side. Oof, it's still there. Oh, I can kind of see that alpha. So let's see. Side. HDR. That's good. Emission. Let me double check this thing real quick. Where's my channels? I'm going to go to my channels. I'm going to create an alpha channel. Oh, look at that right there. Oh, you could totally see it. That's not good. So I can go to my alpha channel and fix all this. Clean all that up. Okay. And then I can go select layer, load my alpha channel in again, mask it, invert it, and we will save. Flash side 12. Yes, Wolf. We are actually building our own audio right now. Let me see. Is this better? It's getting better, I guess. I don't know. It's still, I see it. I totally see this artifacting. Let's see if I can cheat this, because this is not good. Let me fix this real quick. Muzzle flash side. Yeah. I may have to take the intensity down just a touch. I don't think it's an issue with the material. I thought it would have been. Well, I think it is an issue with the material, but I'm not sure. I thought these were all the same. But it looks pretty decent now. And I think that flash size is pretty good. And the muzzle size front. So I just want to line this up to where it's pretty good size-wise to the rest of the gun. Once that's done, let me just go ahead and save. The big issue is our animations are not the same. You see that these are now yellow. And why are these yellow? It's because I took these animations from the Colt, and it's looking for the Colt hammer, slider, and trigger, or the Beretta, and these don't exist on this gun. The light does, because the light is right here, but these other things don't exist. So we actually got to go ahead and reanimate this, which takes no time whatsoever. So I'm going to go to my Desert Eagle, I'm going to just hit record, and I'm going to delete the embedded rotation, because I don't want it thinking what I want. And I'm going to just simply drop in a quick keyframe to grab my first rotation. I'm going to copy that and paste this over at the end. And then I'm just going to do a quick jump up. So boom, boom, boom. So let me show you that one more time, because I know that was fast. So I select my Desert Eagle. Now, if you grab, let's say, one of these rotation axes and move it, it's going to automatically create a keyframe, right? Here's your rotation, there's your keyframe. So here's a set at 0, and it's rotating already over here. If I delete the keyframe, then it only has one keyframe to pull from. I can do a control copy and paste that. So now, if I reach the beginning and I reach the end, the rotation keyframe is still set to 090. So I can go to whatever frame I want and add another keyframe, and it will animate between the two. You know, it's kind of like a regular 3D program right here. So in this instance, I'm just going to pull my gun up, because that's a 50 caliber bullet. You're going to have some kickback on it. In all reality, it's probably going to be something more like this, because it's Agent Smith's a tough guy, but this is like an insanely powerful gun. But we'll keep it a little lower, but we know that this thing has some serious kick. Okay, so we have the first part of the animation set. Next thing you want to do is we got two parts here, and let's see which one. I'm going to turn off my record button because I don't want it to record my animation. I believe it's part 1. I want this part to eject backwards, and when this ejects backwards, it's supposed to shoot the caliber bullet out, and that's where the elephant gun bullet kind of comes out and is dislodged. So I'm going to go back to my record, and I'm going to find my part 1, and I want to just adjust the position by a tenth of a tenth of a tenth of a tenth of a point. And the only reason why I do that is so I can at least get the keyframe. If I try to do it manually, I'll push it a lot further. And I don't think I want it to slide the whole time. And then I'll just grab my slider and push it back. So it goes bam. It slides all the way back. So if I just play this, and then we can adjust, the speed of the slide if you want it to go a little slower. But there you go. You have that great looking slider right there. Let's see. And I don't really need to do anything. You're not going to see the hammer click. You can if you want, but that slide's going to cover it up. And usually you see a finger over the trigger. So you're really not going to see that. So once you get that going, all I have to do is hit save. And I should be able to, with all this said, hit play. And then fire. There you go. Now that's looking good. The only thing I need to do is make sure that my audio is coming through. So what's the deal with the audio source? Let me make sure that this is using my Desert Eagle audio source, because I literally dragged it and pulled it down. Boom, boom. There we go. Looking pretty good. Oh, now. We got blinking right here, right? Why is that? Because I set my muzzle flash sides to looping. So I don't want them to loop. Just press play. Now I think on this Desert Eagle, I have it set to auto fire. It's really your choice what you want to do. If you want it to auto fire or not. Or 3 bursts. I don't think Desert Eagles have an auto fire capability. I may be wrong here. But, you know, it's totally up to you. I do think that the sound is pretty weak, though. Like, it sounds lame. So, I need to get some audio, guys. So what am I going to do for that? Let's go to YouTube free music. All right. And we can go to sound effects. And in here, I want to search gun. I want a massive gun. All right. So what do we got? I don't have A10, airplane, auto bullet flyby. What does that sound like? Oh, no. Not a big gun. That's what we already got. It's a big gunshot, but it's kind of, it's good for like the lower caliber ones. I think this one needs to sound like a cannon almost. Let's see. Wolf asks, Deagles do have semi-fire. Really? Gunfire and voices, echoes, handgun, laser gun, load, long rifle shots. Let's hear that. Now. Ooh, I think that M4 actually sounds closer to what I'm thinking of. That may be a good one. What about a magnum shot? Oh, that is it right there. Okay, so I'm going to download my magnum shot. And in here, I'm going to show in folder where my magnum shot is. Now, the other day, I think, who was sharing with us all the free audio source websites that you could go to do free audio editing. I forget. Was it you, John, that was showing it? I want to say it may have been. And what were some of the sites? There was like Audacity was one that was mentioned. That was a free type of bullet sort of, or not a free type of music mixing site, right? There was a couple out there, and so there completely are free options. I already pay for Adobe, so I'm going to use the Adobe product because I use Photoshop, I use After Effects, I use Audition, I use Media Encoder a lot. Since I use it all already, I just kind of try to keep it in the family, so to speak. So I'm going to create a new multi-track session inside of my Adobe Audition. And in doing that, this allows me to drop my magnum shot, right? But then I can start editing my cuts, and I believe it's R is the razor, right? So I could take out a razor, and I could maybe mix a couple of these together, right? So I'm going to do another R for a razor, and I'll do these together. All right. And I could bring this audio down a little bit. Bring this one down a little bit. And I believe we can also add some effects to this. Where's my effects tag? Okay. Presets. I think there's a couple things we could do here. Let's see. I believe effects. There's like a pitch, if I'm not mistaken. There's an echo. Let's see. What else is there? A reverb. This may be interesting. Let's do a. Why even laughed at you when you're recording audio. Ow! Ooh! Ah! Yeah, I've been there. Ooh, that reverb sounds good. I like that. There we go. And then you can actually make it fade out just by selecting these little tabs over here. So it'll fade out just like that. Let me move these a little bit closer. And yeah, hey, Oris, I'm just we're kind of going over a little bit of creating some sound effects. I use, and we were talking about like different audio tools and stuff like that. All right, so this, let's get this a little closer and tighter. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about right there. Okay. So I got that Magnum. It does sound long range. Okay, let's see. If I take off the reverb, let's see. I want to get some bassiness to this. Let's see. If I go here, I think I can adjust the time. And I'm actually going to set a out here. Okay. Let's just... Let's see if we can... Boom. Maybe some cathedral kind of... Yeah, let's take a look. So we'll drop in another effect. Let's see. There's so much stuff in here. I'm curious if I could do a pitch. Maybe bring it down a little bit. What do you guys think? That's the sound of a sniper rifle right there. Yeah, it does sound sniper rifle-ish. What about higher pitch? So I think we may have two things here. We have like a sniper rifle-ish, and then we would have a this gun right here. And then let's see. Reverb. I see that's... That sounds pretty decent. Let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Oh yeah, it sounds like that because of the length, but let's see. Pow pow pow. Okay, okay, okay. Um, I get what you're saying. So you're saying um, bring it in a little tighter. Hmm. Let me see something. Let's mute this one. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that does sound better. Okay, let's go with this for right now. So we'll do an export, and then we'll do a multi-track uh, entire session, and let's test it out. If it works, it sounds better as a shotgun. We'll use it as a shotgun. If we'll do it better as a sniper rifle, use a sniper rifle. But we got a cool Magnum effect. So I'll call this Magnum 01, and I'll save this out. And we can always build out a couple dozen of these. I mean, let's be serious. All right, in audio, I'm gonna drop in my Magnum 01, and then on my Desert Eagle, I'm gonna drop Magnum 01 in here, and I'll delete this. And let's take a listen. Oh, I know why. I dropped in Magnum shots, not Magnum 01. And I'm like, that does sound off. Okay, where's the desktop? Desktop, Magnum 01. And then we'll drop this in here. Okay, now we should be where we need to be. Oh, that sounds pretty good, guys. Like, that sounds pretty beefy. Neo would be jealous. What do you guys think? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the obvious choice. Okay, so I have my additional folders right here. I'm going to right click on this, go create folder, and call this prefab. And I'm going to drop this prefab right in here. So now, whenever we want to, we can just drop this gun in, and we're all set. Let's see. Was there a delay? Let's see. I want to see that. Emission. No delay on the time. I don't think there's a delay. Don't have anything programmed to be a delay. The audio source should play right away. Okay. Yeah. Some more little tweaking and stuff, and we'll be all set to go. All right. So Desert Eagle, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to right-click, export. And I just want to make sure that it doesn't have the plug-in, and everything under Desert Eagle is just under here. And this is going to go in here. So hopefully by the end of the day, that'll be loaded up. And you guys will probably be able to play with the... oh, let's see. Audio appears off from the video. Oh, yeah, that may be a stream thing. I'm sorry. But hopefully it's really close. If not, you guys will be able to tweak it as well. But yeah, so I have my Desert Eagle, and I'm going just to delete this from my scene. And I'm going to delete this from my game. And I'm going to, let's see, drop in another one of my Colts. And just kind of, now I'm going to go, we got the Desert Eagle. I know, well, I attached a silencer onto it as well. So you will have a silencer attached to your Desert Eagle if you want to make a silencer sound effect and stuff like that. Where is it? Guns. There we go. Guns. I want to bring in my Colt. Come on. Work with me now. All right. Import that in. And let me delete this. And then I'll drop in my Colt pistol. And we'll use this as the base to manipulate our machine gun. So let's go pick a machine gun. We need a submachine gun first. All right. So going to Filebase. Silencer drops volume. I like that. I want gun. Okay, so we got a UMP45. We have a Tommy gun. We have a P90. We have an Uzi 9mm. We have an MP5, an MP9. So I think those are the options that we have. If I were to go with one, I am debating between maybe the MP5 or the UMP45. I can't decide which one I like more. Let's take a look at these. Oh, that looks pretty good right there. That would be a lot of fun to play with. Oh, we're going to get to the assault rifles. We'll get to the heavy machine guns, and then we'll have our choices from there. So right now we're looking at submachine guns. Tiny, compact. They don't have the long barrel. Oops. It's like you've been thinking too long about this. So choices between like the UMP45, the P90. It's not even a machine gun. It's just a blat, blat. That's all it is. Let's see. I think let's go on to YouTube. Actually, let's have YouTube be our decider. Okay, so YouTube. So I want us to do a MP5. All right, and what? Oh, they got silencers. No, I want to see it like raw. Okay, here we go.
Hello, my friends. It is FPS Russia, and if you remember, fully automatic, semi-automatic, however we want it.
Ooh, okay, so that's the MP5. And then we need to look at the UMP45. All right, there's the UMP45.
What's up, guys? Christian Hudson here, and if you are single and you're into some girl and you are stuck at home right now, like...
I'm married.
Like, comment in the comment section. So thanks to him for letting me use it in Counter-Strike. We're not a machine gun. Past that, The manual of arms isn't that much different.
Oh my
Which
gosh,
remi-
is he just gonna talk the whole time? I want to see someone shooting.
Hey guys, it's Alex C with TFP TV, and today we're going to do a run and gun with what I would consider HK's worst product. That's going to be the UMP45. Full disclosure, this is actually a USC conversion brought up to UMP specs, fully 922R compliant.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, okay. Go full auto, babe. I know. GameDevHQ. He's not going full auto. Here. Okay. There's a 3 burst. Okay. I think I may go with the MP5 right now. So where are you? Where are you? Is that what it is? If you're into guns, you might be single. I'm not saying. I'm going to step away from this one. All right, I'm gonna hit the download button. Blat brat. Oops, I forgot. I got to make sure I log in. So we're running a newer version of GDHQ's Filebase. There's a couple little bugs that we got to iron out. And as soon as we get those bugs figured out, we'll be able to knock those in. But if you guys do run into those bugs, I want you guys to make sure you email John and I so we could try to replicate them. You know, it's important that you guys share with us when this thing crashes so we can find a solution. Poppy, shh. All right. Yes, thank you. All right, and I will do a quick locate. And my MP5 is right here. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Oh, I got magazine textures. Interesting. Okay. How's this thing look? Whoa, it's huge. Okay, gonna have to fix that. Let's fix that now. Let's go show and explore. And I will go to here. What's the size of my average human? Oh my goodness, this thing is huge. All right, well, let's fix that. Let's bring this down. This is very scientific. Oops. Okay. So we'll do a -90. I think it's probably something like that size-wise to an average human. John, I told you I wasn't going to walk into this one. I am so not walking into this argument. I'm going to keep quiet. I'm not even going to touch this. Okay. Let's see. What else is there? There's nothing that recoils. But I also don't see any type of ejection port anywhere on here. So we're just going to have to pretend like one. But then we may have to go back in. Let's take a look at this thing. Yeah, I don't see any type of bullet casing ejection, whatever, anywhere here. So I'll probably have to have the artist go back and take a look at this. That's hollow at the bottom. I don't know. Is that legit? I don't know if that's legit either. couple of issues I see. Clearly, I need to be tougher on my artists. But, okay. Let me make sure that my scale is correct. And then I'm going to select this. And let me find these commands real quick to kind of fix this whole thing. So what was this? This is reset scale. So that's actually in tools. What is it? Mesh command reset scale. Okay, so this should now be ones. And I'm going to press the L button on this object. And oops, L. Set that to 0. And set this to 0. Okay. And there we go. That should look good, right? And then the magazine is clicking right there at the top. And then we have the actual gun. All right, I'm going to file, export this. FBX. Save, and yes. And this should update in Unity. Oh, puppy. Okay. It didn't, so let's test that out again. Nope. Oh. Yeah, that should have worked actually. File, export, FBX into MP5. Yes. Let's see. Delete. I'm actually going to drop in this FBX and test this out. So, where is this folder? Show folder. Oh, here we go. File, export, FBX, save. Okay. And that should be in here. Interesting. So it's thinking FBX is here, yet it has not loaded it. Okay. That is truly phenomenal. Let's test something else out here. I'm going to just bring this in. Export FBX. Let's just drop this onto my area right over here. And then I'm going to my desktop. I'll bring in my FBX. Drop that. Ah, much better. Much better. And then for my materials, I have 2 slots. So magazine and my MP5. Hit apply. Boom. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Let's get our machine gun working. And we're gonna have to do a couple minor things to adjust this. It's maybe a little big, but the beauty is, you know, since we're going to have this as a child, you guys can adjust it any way you want. I mean, if you want to make it bigger, you can. If you want to make it smaller, you can. It's no big worry. So let's do what we kind of did before. And we're not going to rebuild this whole thing. We are literally going to take what we currently developed and bring it on over and make our lives a little easier, okay? So in my MP5, I should have just the magazine. So in my Colt, I'm going to create a new empty object. We'll reset this. And this is going to be called MP5 position. Okay, and I'll drop my MP5 right onto that. So I know where this always is. And that way also, when you guys want to, and it's like pointing the wrong way, you could just rotate it like this, and you don't have to worry about it. And then inside my Colt, I'm going to grab all this stuff. I'm going to bring it into my MP5. Oops, I got to make sure I unpack my Colt. I'm going to drag all this stuff, bring it into my MP5. So just like that. And then we're going to start copying components. Real similar as what we did before, but then we can make slight adjustments, and then we don't have to rebuild the damn thing again and again and again. So I drop in my audio source. I'm going to copy the component and put this into as my animator, and then I'll copy this component, drop it in as my gunfire script. So, let's see. There was a mention from John. We should have more attachments like a laser and tac flashlight. Yes, we should have that. Yes, let me actually put that on a list here, because I think that would be fun. Laser, tac, light. Dude, I've seen some of these like guns, like fully loaded, like they got the grip and the stands, and they got the so much stuff attached, like the additional bullet, the clips that attach to the gun, so it's easier to grab. So yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun, a lot of cool stuff on there that we could probably add. Okay, and then I'm going to grab my additional gun folder. I'm going to drop that into my MP5. And then I just need to start putting stuff where it needs to go. So right now, my smoke is way over here in the middle of nowhere. Not exactly what I want. So I'm going to set this to 0, 0, 0. I'm going to move my smoke more in line with what it is I want. So I'll set this right here, and if I give it a play, you know, I want my smoke, of course, to pop up a little higher, right? And then bullet casings, I would imagine they would come off on the right hand side. So let's set this to 0 and 90, and I would imagine they'd probably shoot out somewhere over here. I don't know exactly where, but somewhere over here. We have our gun light. 0, 0, 0s, and I'll put my gun light right out in the front of my gun. And then we got our muzzle flash inside. So let's do 0, 0s. And I'll take my muzzle flash. I'll set this to looping, and I'll press play, so I could at least get an idea of where this muzzle flash is. All right. Oh, John, that would be awesome if you could record some audio. We'll definitely use it. Let's see. So we'll get that muzzle flash on the side. I'll set this to looping and play, and we'll get this muzzle flash in the front. So it's going to do this kind of thing. And that would be badass. Now we can then go and say, all right, this looks good and all, but let's see if we have any flashes that would work for a machine gun better. Now I was thinking these ones with the side flash would probably be better for like an assault rifle, right? Maybe I'm wrong. This splashy one right here, I think would be good for like a shotgun. But then we have these ones that kind of burst a little bit, like this one. And this one kind of bursts. So I'm going to grab the flash side 7. And in my muzzle flashes, I'm going to drop in my flash side 7. And I'll delete these two so we don't get them confused. It is rotated. Yes. That's how we trick people. But I do want these like star type of muzzle flares. So I'm going to go flash number 4. And I'll show that to you in just a second. So I'm going to set this to alpha, and I'm going to go to muzzle flash front, and I'll drop this here, and I'll go to muzzle flash side, and I'll drop this here. Okay, so John, you said it looks like it's angled. It is. These are, when these particles shoot, it's not just one particle. We're doing a burst, and we're doing a burst of 5 of them, and we're rotating them at different angles. And we're doing 2 of them at a time. We got the front one, which does this shot right here. And then we got the side one that does this shot. So when you're looking at it from the front, you'll see this. But when you look at it from the side, you see this. And it's a way to kind of alter it also, so that you notice how, like, when my flashes go, it's never the same muzzle flash. Even though it's using the same texture, it's varied enough to where I only have to use one texture over and over and over again, just rotating it at different angles, and it totally hides the effect. So boom, got that going. That's looking pretty slick. And then what I would then do is let's go ahead and adjust. Since we don't have a slide moving back, I don't know if we're going to be adjusting anything in the animation beyond pushing the gun up, in essence. If I'm not mistaken, that's it. So if I'm just going to go ahead and hit the record button, I'll delete what Unity wants me to record, which sets it at 000. And I'm going to set this at 0 right here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to bring this down, and I'll do a slight movement. Like really subtle, and I think it's got to be a lot faster, honestly. Like I would say let's put it at 5. All right? So that's all we're looking at is a quick, what is it, 1/5 of 30 frames, so a 1/6 of a second kind of jerk up, right? Okay, so now that we got that in, let's go ahead and save this, and let's see how this looks. I think the muzzle flash is too close. So let's go ahead and move that muzzle flash on the side a little further away. Let's try that again. And then something's up with that material. It gets really dark. So let me see. Particle standard unlit is what we want. Let's test that out a little bit more. I do like the bullets that are shooting out the side. I think that looks pretty cool. We may even want to scatter those a little bit more. And I think the flash actually needs to be a little bit bigger. And we can easily adjust those. And then my smoke, I'm actually going to move a little bit higher. Okay. I mean, yeah, this could do a little bit more tweaking, but I think it looks pretty good. In my MP5, I'm pulling the audio source from my Colt. I actually want to pull my audio source in from my MP5. So now that's here. So I should be able to hear it. It's maybe really crazy sounding though. Not too crazy. Let's see. I think we need to do something with the smoke. So our start rotation, we should probably vary this between 0 and 360. And I think our opacity, because we're going to be doing auto so much, may need to be a little bit lower, like 57. Let's get down in eye level. So this would be like first person shooter perspective right here on the bottom right. Is the smoke too big? Possibly. That, or it's just it's bursting too much in one spot, I think. So let's increase the radius to something like this. Something is a little off. Let's see if it's the size. Oh, you know what we should do is let's set this to 0.19, and our start size, where is you start size? Right here. Let's vary you between 0.5 and 1.5. Okay, let's test that out. And then from this perspective, I think this muzzle flash, the side, is a little short. I'm curious, what if in our renderer, which is right here, hold on, oh, start size, if I do 3D, if I do 1.5, all right. Let's move that over here. Let's see how that looks. a little too big. So let's see, side, let's do 1.5.5, and let's play that back. Still a little bit too big, but it's getting there. 0.7, 0.4, 0.4. Let's take a look. And I'll bring this muzzle flash up closer. Let's test that out. Give it a little space. Still big. 0.5, 0.4. Let's do 0.5, 0.4, 0.4. Let's see. Let's drop those two. Little fine tuning here and there. Let's see. Bat Scott mentioned maybe a little more transparency. Let's give that a shot. So let's go 10. Let's do 150 for that, and let's do 150 here. Let's test that out. Press the F button. And then I'll turn off looping. And let's give that a shot. Still seems a little bit big, but I like the shape of it. So if I were to go 0.3, 0.2, 0.2. And then make my front 0.2. Like, it's not as ridiculous. And I actually, let me go from the side, make this 0.4. Oh, so much fine tuning involved. I don't know. I think it looks pretty cool, though. What do you guys think? I'm feeling pretty good about that one right there. I know you guys can always make things better than me. So, but I think this is doable. Now, so in this already, we currently have the ability to go full auto or semi. Oh, and let me turn off the looping. Full auto or semi, right? Full auto. Semi, right? We probably want a 3 burst shot. Because let's be precise with this. So if we were going to do a 3 burst shot, what should we do? If I'm thinking about it, it would probably be smart to set the 3 burst shot as a coroutine, right? And there'd be like a cooldown. You press it once, it would fire 3 bullets in succession. So it would do the fire, 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 and then it would allow you then to shoot again after that succession was done, which shouldn't be that difficult to do. So let's give this a test. Yeah, you know, the reload, I thought about that. I think I'm going to stick to firing right now, because the reload, you're going to want to have like an actual character holding the gun. And what I like to do is set it to an IK solution. So let's say you got your first person character here, right? And his hands will always attach to the base or the handle right here, your grip, base of the gun and the grip. Then when it's time to fire, you know, I'm moving the gun. As it's moving, his hands, because they're IK solution, are always going to attach to this. And then when it's time to reload, we're going to have to actually animate the gun, drop the cartridge out, and then put in a brand new cartridge with the other hand. And that's like a whole IK solution that I don't think we can do just by without actually having the whole character in, you know? So there's a bigger the grip, yes. John's gonna fill me in on all the gun stuff pretty soon. I'm gonna be an expert on guns when this is all said and done. But there's like this whole sequence that needs to occur to make the animation work, and you need the character in there to do like the reload. I don't need the character to do the firing. So I figure let's just get the firing working correctly, and then hopefully when I finish up these characters, that I know I just finished up some regular humans. The next set I need to fix for the humans. The next ones after that I want to be like military, SWAT, those type of humans. And then after that, we'll do chicks and girls and women and all that other stuff. But right now, I think it'd be good to get these regular humans fixed. Then we'll get the military guys in with their military gear. So then they can actually use these guns and weapons. And then we'll go through the women, and then we'll set the women up to have military gear as well, which would be pretty cool. So then you have like multiple variations, and that's when we start breaking off to like, all right, we need scientists and we need doctors and we need this and this and this and this, and that'd be interesting. But yeah, let's see. Or said, finally got it. Been trying to make emissions work in a custom shader with Bloom for a while. Turns out there's an emission node just for HDRP. Nice. Are you using the VFX graph or the shader graph for that? Dude, I looked into that. I'm a long ways from teaching that thing. That's insane. Okay. So we got the MP5. Oh, we were talking about the 3-burst solution. Okay. Full auto. So let's do a public bool 3-burst. Okay. So in this 3-burst, that's weird. Wonder why it's declaring an error already. Let's see. So that's odd. Did we create the gun in Blender? Our artists. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 artists who work for me. One of them uses Blender. Two artists I believe use Blender and 2 use Maya. So, what the heck? Oh, all right. It doesn't like that. Burst fire. Wow, it didn't like the 3 burst. Interesting. Okay, so we need to do a public bool burst fire. Now, what is this going to do with this burst fire? It's going to set let's see. If burst fire equals true and well, do I even need an and? Because I have full auto. Actually, I should probably make this a child underneath. So if burst fire equals true, we'll do that. If burst fire equals false, we'll set that. Okay, so what is this going to do? Nothing should change here. It just gives me the ability to access. That works the same. If I clicked full auto off, that works the same. Okay, so basically what I said in the script is, right now, if full auto equals false, then shoot a single fire. I also said here, if burst fire equals true, then we're going to do a different type of firing. But if it's false, then do a regular single fire. So I should put this like a semi-auto fire. Yeah, I don't know enums. Coding is not my expertise. I am through and through an artist. I actually need to sit down and learn enums because I think that would be really cool. So I'm gonna have to go through and fix this or have John fix this. But yeah, enums are, there's just things I'm not really good at. Coding is one of them. Which is fine because I'm really not doing a course on coding, so you guys don't have to learn about coding through me. This is just the simplest of like setting up a gunfire system right here. But then yeah, we'll have to go back and optimize it later. But just thinking out loud. Okay, I want to fire a gun. I want it to shoot 3 times in succession. And then I want it, the cooldown to be done, and then be ready to fire again. So from here, what I would need to do is set up a coroutine, which is an IE numerator, and we'll call this was it burst fire pattern. Oops. So yield Yield return new. Oh, do I need to declare it? Where's my wait for seconds? Wait for seconds. Enumerator burst fire pattern. Am I getting that correctly? So fire once. Wait 0.1 second or 0.2 second. Fire again. Wait 0.2 second. Fire again. Wait 0.2 seconds. And then declare cool over. Okay. So then they could fire it again. And then in here, I need to, in burst fire, cool equals true, right? And this would be equals false. Okay. Does that look right? I think that looks right. I think that makes sense. So cooldown true, cooldown false. So I need a private cooldown, right? So we need to ask ourselves if cooldown equals true, right? Then I'm going to do this burst fire, which is going to be a coroutine. Okay. So then it's going to fire away. So then what I need to do is go to my animator. And in here, I have two options. I have gunfire semi, gunfire auto. Let's go ahead and copy gunfire auto, and we'll call this gunfire burst. And this is going to have the gunfire animation go into it. And so I'm going to right click from my idle to my gunfire burst, and then I'll make it go back to idle. Now when I go to burst, I need a condition to be met over here in my parameters. Do I use a bool or not? I think we could use a trigger, honestly, because if we do a trigger, if cooldown equals true, then it will trigger the gun burst to play once. We don't want it to like true all the way through a crow routine. We just want it to snap once. So let's create a trigger, and we'll call this burst fire. And in here, I'm gonna call this thing to have a burst fire. Okay, so, and it looks like I don't have an exit time for this. And then it's going to come over here, and it's going to play my animation once, and then it should go back to idle, which is exactly what you want. Yeah. So once I get that down, we will need a trigger Yeah, that's where the enum comes in that I don't know about. We'll figure that out. Let's just get this thing working first. Okay. Burst fire is... So if cooldown equals true, then we need to shoot our gun. So we're going to run a coroutine at this point. So we're going to fire once, and we are going to, instead of, we're going to call this burst fire. So we'll do that, and then it will wait a few seconds, go back, fire again, right? And then in this section, what we want it to do is yield, IELD, return new wait for, where's my wait for seconds? What the heck is going on? A new line 99. Now what is, oh, I actually have to type it in. Okay. 0.2 F. I don't know why the wait for seconds didn't auto type. Made me think I was doing something wrong. Alright. Wait for seconds. Wait for seconds. So it would fire, wait, and I'll actually increase these. Let's make these 0.5 for right now. So we can actually make sure that this is working. Okay. And then when that's all said and done, we want cooldown to equal false. And then when it goes back to being false, then if you were to press the button again, it would fire. If not, it's just going to stop. So we need to do a start coroutine. And I think this is already broken, but... Okay. There's a good chance this is already broken because I already see some logic flaws. Because if this is false, then it's probably going to be stuck in this loop. Ooh! Oh, yeah, I'm horrible at code, man. I am horrible at code. Okay. This is... Let's see if this updates. So I'm going to save this in my gun pistol script. Maybe. Am I missing? Using Unity Engine. Using... I think I have everything. Using... Even that. Like Unity... I think it may be my Visual Studio, honestly. It may not be connecting properly. Which, where have I done this in the past? It's like edit, project settings, editor, Visual Studio, isn't it in here? Where is that Visual Studio thing? Oh gosh. Input Manager, no. I'm missing something. Edit, build settings. I don't think it's in player settings. Where the heck was that? There's like a place where you can make sure that it's pulling Let's see. Open with. No, I definitely don't want to reset it. Edit script. Where's the edit script button? Interesting. I'm not even seeing this. External tools. By file extension. External. Shouldn't I be using Visual Studio? Ah, there we go. Now it looks like it's doing it. Okay. That was weird. Yield return new. Wait 4 seconds. There you go. Let's do 1.0f. Okay. Let me just fix these real quick. Copy. Paste. Paste. Cooldown is equal to false. Why is cooldown equal to false? Private bool cooldown. Actually, yeah, that should be due. Then there's start coroutine, and this is burst fire pattern. Right, and then with that being said, cooldown is false. Why are you saying that? Private pool cooldown. Oh, equals false, because that was a comparing equal versus a an actual like making the cooldown false. So oh yeah, okay, now that worked. Okay, and then with that being saved, where's my full auto? Public bool full auto. Where are you? You are not showing up. Okay, are you? Public bool burst fire. Where are you? Okay. Let's see. I got a public bool. Okay. On my MP5. Where's my bool? Yeah, I agree, Adam. I think my logic is going to be really bad here. I think this is going to be really bad. But, okay, what does this say? Burst fire. Didn't you save? Needs an update. Oh, thank you, Francesco. I try. This is not my area of expertise at all. Not at all. Okay. What the F is going on? What is this down here? I had 0 errors. Okay. What the freak? Okay, I need to close this out and restart this because something's up with Unity then. Because I know that I saved this. There's no script errors so far. Logic errors, yes. Script errors, no. And it's still saying that because that bool hasn't shown up. No, as soon as I can get this thing working, I think I'm gonna just sit back and let you guys code this. Because I think Adam, you're right. This needs to be an enum. Okay. Now is this clear? What? Hold on. Did the restart work? Look at that. Burst fire's there. That's what I say to you, Unity. If you don't see it, it's my 2 fists slapping together real quick. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Help me go through this logic. So, Adam, you're saying we should do an enum. I will pull up. Not an enumerator. I want an enum. Okay. So we need to do a private. Oh, this is what we're talking about. A case switch. Okay. So let's test this out. Let's give this a whirl. So let's see. Where's the sample code above in the chat? Oh, hey, look at you. Public enum. All right. All right. So you're saying we do a public enum just like that. And then we do a switch statement to break between the 3 then. So let's see. I am just going to let's do this and actually let's do if enum. All right, I'm gonna do that and that. Oops, backwards. Okay, let's give that a whirl right there. Okay, so if we have our enum right here. All right. So I'm going to do a switch, and this is going to be our fire mode, right? And then inside of this, make sure I follow this syntax right here. Okay, so this already doesn't like this, but let's just type this out. So case and oh, actually, I need to change this. what is this name right here? So the switch statement would be, this says end current, but where is he pulling end current from? Private. Oh, so it behaves like a class. Okay, hold on. Let me go through this. I think you need to declare it. Imagine enum behaves like a class. Put public enum fire mode outside of your class. Oh, so this goes up here. Then type switch, then tab. It will format out a full switch statement. Okay. Then put your enum variables in the parentheses and it will fill in all the cases. So the variables would be single 3-shot burst. What is this? Okay. Now you can make inside your shooting class, you can make a fire mode variable. Let's see. You need to make a class variable and then in your case statement go case fire mode dot single. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we got the switch, which is, what is this switch? Is this switch the fire mode then? Let's see, right under your bool, burst fire. Public enum fire mode, single Public enum fire node single burst auto. Right, right. Public fire mode equals. Oh, you sent me an example in Discord. Okay, let's see. Again, sorry guys, this is definitely not my strength. All right. So let's see. So you're saying right here, now if you guys want to send me something, especially if you're in our Discord, you could send it to me here. You guys are so much better at this than me. I make pretty pictures. This stuff? Okay, so Ors, if I do if input so I'll write this as, oops, if, oops, if my, or fire mode, right? Fire mode. Oh, okay. Okay, so in here we need to put in fire mode. My fire mode equals fire mode dot burst. Oh, so would you do fire mode? Let's see. Oh. Let's see. We see. Why are we talking about that? Okay. All right. Let's look at this. So this is from Francesco. Public enum. So we got our modes, right? And then we got a switch fire mode case. And then an IE numerator. Fire single, fire single, fire single. Okay. And Ors send me this one. So why are these two so different? Because this is using an if, else if. And why is this one using a switch statement? Is it better to use the switch statement over the if, else if? I'm just curious about that. And also, explain this to me right here, because this doesn't... Fire mode, my fire mode equals fire mode dot burst. So with my fire mode, shouldn't this be like fire mode burst equals fire mode dot burst? And then you have another fire mode that's fire mode single, and then another one is 3-shot. It's the same. Okay, because I'm a big fan of if statements. I will definitely leave out if statements, or definitely leave out switch statements. It's just something I'm not comfortable with. Okay, so let's take this. Okay, we'll do it, Ors. Francesco, I think I like yours. We could have done both, but my comfort level is basically down to ifs and else if. So, okay. So if I get down to here, if my fire mode equals burst, else if single. Ooh, that's slick. Let's take a look. Oh, a 3-shot. Oh, actually, I should have called this single burst auto. Okay, so we would do the switch statement like this then. Correct, guys? Is this what we're all thinking? So then, if this is the case, if this is crazy nested if statements, dude, that's my life as an if statement. True or false? Let's see. So if full auto is true, right? I'm just going to copy and paste. So that would be automatic fire. And we're still going to need that down there. Oh, so what I'll do is I will cut this and put this right here. Oops. Oh, come on. Let's see. So if my fire mode is set to auto, then play this. If my fire mode is set to semi, we'll play this. And then if my fire mode is set to burst, we should do this. Okay, guys, look at this. Tell me what I'm missing. John says John would be really proud to see this. He would be very proud to see everybody helping me out write code. Dude, seriously, like John's been working on it for I don't know, 7-8 years. And I've consistently found a way to let him down. Again, you know your strengths. I know my strengths. This is not my strength. This is why I partner up with really smart people. Okay, guys. Are you looking at the code? What do you think? Does that look right? Is that the proper way to do the enum? Let's see. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's see what errors we get here. MP5. Are you seriously doing this to me again? Okay, I'm saving. That's so weird. It's not updating again. Oh, expose it. Is it set to private? Ah, look at that. Single burst auto. Very nice. Okay, let's test this out. If I press play and I do a single, if I do an auto, now let's do a burst. And the burst didn't work. But, oh, all right, let's clean this up a little bit, guys. Good work, everybody. Way to go, team. Look at you guys. You guys are coding geniuses. Okay, so I'm going to hide this for right now. And if cooldown is true, so I need to eventually declare cooldown is true. When is cooldown true? It should be true at the beginning. So let's go to cooldown equals true. Okay. So let's make sure that things get reset. Save, save, save. Let's see. I got an error. So full auto does not exist. Okay, where are... Oh. Oh. So... Oh, I gotta change that script. Okay. Set automatic fire as false. If full auto equals false. Oops. All right, let's think about what I just did here. If input... Oh, I need to make sure that my mode is here as well. Okay. So, this is full auto. Star viewers are like, I want a program. Okay, so yeah, I need to, if press up. Oh, is this going back to my animator? Let's see. Burst fire. So let's walk through this. Okay, so I'm holding down the button. Fire. if I let the up, it checks if full auto is true or not. If I go up, oh, this tells me which set bool, so that's automatic fire. So if I let up, if full auto is true, I need to tell it which one it is. How do I tell it which one it is? Okay, Adam. Thank you for tuning in. I'm having a little fun here. I mean, this could get us set up for the rest of the machine guns real quick. See you later, Adam. Okay, so what should I do, guys? Should I create a bool for each one of these? Or can I set it to these fire modes? Because I'll have 3 of them now, right? I'll have... Actually, I don't even need automatic fire. Because that doesn't make sense. These are triggers. So should this be if this is... Where's the full auto? Okay, let's test that out. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, if cooldown equals... Okay, so I want to start with the auto. If my fire mode is set to auto, so let's set my fire mode to auto. Auto. Okay. Okay. That looks correct. Now if I set this to single, now if I set this to burst, it's not working yet. Okay, so I think we're back to where we were. Let me just delete these, save, and let's test this out. Make sure we're completely operational. So, auto. And then we have a single fire. Okay. All right. So now we need to look at this 3 burst. Okay. If cooldown is true, so let's set our cooldown equals true. And let's test that out. Okay. So I'll just press it once. Okay, it's not coming back. Okay, we have something that kind of happened. Let's test this out again. Pressing nothing. Press fire once. Okay. Then it doesn't reset. Okay. So we got it kind of starting. So I press it once, and it does a start coroutine, right? So now it needs to go through this coroutine. So let's set this to 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. I'll remove these since we know what those are. It's waiting to now cooldown equals false. Once cooldown is false again, I should be able to fire again. Okay, let's test this out. That sucked. What did we do wrong? That was awful. Okay. So I'm going to put a debug log. Right there. And then second. And then I'll do a third round right here. Oops. We'll save that out. All right, let's see what this tells us. I fired the first. I fired the second. I fired the third. Oh, they're just going really, really fast, I guess. That or yield, return, new, wait for seconds is not working. So let's do half a second each. Save it. Okay, so that's working. Let's go to my animator. Okay, so when it does this... Oh, yeah. And I need to set the cooldown right at the beginning. So it'll set false, it can't redo it again, and then it'll set it to true at the end. Okay. Okay, there we go. So let's do 2. Save that out. Now I think that may be the animation speed. So I'm going to set this to 4. Wow. Okay. Let me see something. It may be the animator. Let's see. Is it the exit time on the animator? Let's test that out. Nope, it's not the exit time. Let's see. Set that transition time to nothing. Let's see if that fixes it. There we go. Okay. That worked. So let's set this to 0.1. Let's drop the exit time. Yeah, let's drop the exit time and let's set this to like 0.5. Half a second for each one. So it should just go bop, bop, bop. Yeah, they fire all off at the same time. It needs that exit time. let's see. What's my animator speed? I'm just gonna go crazy and I'll set this to 10. Okay, and then I'll set these to 0.1. Oof. Interesting. Okay, let me think about this. It fires immediately. Let's take a look at this animator here. Is this having an... Oh, let's see. Does this have a transition time? Ah! Ha, ha, ha! There we go. There we go, people. Look at us. Look at us. What a team. Look at us. We did it. We did it. Look at us. Go. All right. Okay. That was cool. That was fun. I'm going to go into here and create a new folder, prefab, and we'll create this right here. And this thing should be good then. It should be golden. So let me right click this out. Let's make sure that everything is good here. And what do we call this? MP5. Oh, okay. And tell you what, guys, let's do a little something nice for everybody here. Everyone that was on here helping out, being awesome people. All right. Da 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 da. I could do this because I actually paid for this to be built. Ba, 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 ba. Oops. Let's copy this. Okay. I'm going to put this as a Dropbox link. I'm going to copy this Dropbox link in chat, folks. Test it out. Make sure it's good. Make sure it works for you guys. And then today I'll delete it. So, you know, you guys who are live on here right now get to see this. Everyone else will probably lose out on it. But, yeah, download it. Test it out. Put it in your game. Tell me if this works or not. Because that was an awesome team effort. And an awesome team deserves to share in the joys and glory of everything. And, of course, you pro members, you're going to get it anyway. So it doesn't matter. But for you guys on here who are like, oh, man, I helped them put that together. Yes, you did. And I want to thank you. So there's the file right there on the chat link. Download it, test it out. While that's going on, I'm going to go grab a quick cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. But I'll leave this up so you guys can watch the chat, okay? Give me 2 seconds. Okay, were you guys able to download that gun, test it out, have fun with it? Well, you guys do that, or if you choose not to, I don't care. It's your life. Free is free, though. It's free work. You guys earned it. How about we take this concept and let's make a let's get an assault rifle going, because that would be pretty incredible. Okay, so gun. Gun. Okay, which one do we want to do? Okay, so we have our choices. We have this is going to be a machine gun. I don't know if I want to I'm trying to think of the most popular ones right now. The Zastava rifle is a beautiful one. That's kind of like an AK-47 variant. We have the Scar. This is a beautiful freaking model right there. And it comes in 2 coats of paint. It's delicious. Delicious. We got an RPD heavy assault. We have the M4 assault rifle. Standard American fare. We have the G36C. We have an AK-47 down here at the bottom. We have a FAMAS. I requested this specifically for those people who ever want to add to like a Metal Gear Solid type. You know, that brings me back to Metal Gear Solid 1 right there. It's just such a beautiful thing. What do you guys want to do? Do you want the AK? Do you want the FAMAS? Do you want to do an M4? Which M4 and M16 are basically the same, right? One is just fully auto and the other one is semi-auto and 3 burst. Man would choose the Scar. Let's do the Scar. All right, let's hit download. All right. Import. And let's locate. Okay. Scar. Let's take a look at this beauty. Let's see if it's huge. Oh. Look at my baby girl. Look at her. She's beautiful. All right. I'm going to let's set her to desert. Ooh, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's a mean looking gun right there. She may be a little big, but don't call her fat. All right. Now I do notice that the pivot is a little off. So let me just inspect her a little bit. The bolt. Oh, we have a bolt that... Oh, that's going to be fun. And then, of course, you got the clip that drops out. The only thing that makes me a little nervous is that the anchor point is right here versus being here at the handle. So let me bring this into my 3D file and let's fix that, because that could be a problem. Okay, and I'll bring in a human character. Yeah, she's kind of big. And I will rotate, oops. Let's do a -90. And then I'm going to adjust her points to be right there. And then I will set this to be 0. I'll set this to be 0. Let me select the Scar. We're still at scales of 1 to 1 to 1. That is perfect. And we'll set our scar to 0 and 0. There we go. File, export, FBX. Yes, let's replace her. And then I had the same issue before, so let me just go ahead. I don't know why it's not updating the model anymore. Maybe it's just updating the textures. I don't know. Desktop. Let's save that there. I'm going to delete the scar model, FBX. And I'm going to bring in on my desktop my scar. Boom. Okay. And we'll do desert. And for the clip, this will be desert clip. And then let's rotate her around. Okay. And I want to see her in all her glory. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that detail. Oh, that's a mean looking gun right there. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to create a empty game object, reset, and we'll call this scar position. I'll drop my scar right under here. And the whole reason why I did that is so that when I do the slight angle movement, it's rotating at the hand versus rotating at the center of. But you're correct, Star. I could create like another small game object underneath, place that under there, and move that in the position I want. You are 100% correct on that. Okay. In here, I'm going to grab my additional folder. I'm going to drop this into my scar. And let me clear out all this junk. And in here, I'm going to copy over my components. So copy that. I'll copy my animator, and I'll copy my gun script. I'll make sure my audio source is set to scar. And from here, I need to take all this stuff, my smoke and all this other good stuff, and drop that. Oh, let me break my prefab. Smoke all the way down, and I'll drop this into scar. And now I need to add my smoke and put this all in the right spot. So I'll put my smoke up here. My bullet casings. Where are these things coming from? Let's loop that. Yes, yes, you are 100% correct. I need to change this bullet, though. That's not the right kind of bullet. I need a bullet that's kind of like a rifle bullet, right? I can't have these ones right here. All right, bullets, bullets. So let's do this. Ammo. Ooh, high caliber rifle. Yes, that's what we want. Import. Oh yeah, let's locate that. Now, one of the things I realized while I was dorking around. Ooh, look at these boxes. Ah, pick your. Ooh, that's cool. So we got that bullet, we got that one, we got that one. Okay. So I think, well, this is like a fatter bullet. I think we'll probably go with something like this, right? I mean, we're going to have to adjust the scale and all. But the other issue is this rifle bullet. Let's see. Yeah, it has the tip on it. And when you shoot this out, you only want the casing. You don't want the actual bullet attached. So we're going to have to do a little bit of work on this. So let's right click and show this in the Explorer. And I'm going to bring this down to my 3D file. Drop it in. And I want to actually probably get rid of this bullet top, right? So I'm going to select that, right click and split it. And here's the bullet top. And if I were to lose that, I'd just have the bullet case, which is exactly what I want, right? So I'm going to do that. And I will do a file export FBX rifle O2 bullet casing. Hit OK. All right, let's see if that FBX drops in. Where are you? Yeah, weird. This was working so well. I think I need to restart my PC pretty soon. That or it's the new Filebase system may be causing a couple issues. So I'm going to have to write that down so we can look into this. It may be like the folder structure. Something changed in it to where it's like locking in certain assets so it can't be adjustable. That may be it. I think we had something like that in the past. And we altered it and we fixed it. So I'll probably have to talk to John about that. Let's see. Show an Explorer. Okay. So I'm going to drop this into my desktop. And then I'll drop it into here. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. Here's the casing. And then inside the casing, I need the material, which is this ammunition. And now I have the case that shoots out, right? Which is pretty darn important. So what am I going to do? I should probably take this. Where's the additional folder? Bullet casing. So I had the FBX, materials, and texture. So I'm going to do FBX, materials, texture. I'll duplicate these. And I'll move these over here. And I'll get rid of these old ones. For right now. FBX materials textures, clear that out. And then in here, I only need the bullet shell casings. I don't need all this stuff. Delete those, delete those. And I have one material, I have a texture, and I can even delete, is this the metallic? Or is that, yeah, that's the AO. I don't even need the AO. You're never going to see ambient occlusion on these bullets. Okay, so for my casing, then I go to my bullet casing, and where was that? Was it in renderer? Yeah, it was set to mesh, and I drop in my cube mesh. All right, there we go. And then my materials, let's make sure. Oh yeah, my bullet casing. It needs the right material on it, so I'll drop that in. Boop. All right. Let's take a look at this thing. Now it's shooting out a little awkwardly. Why is it coming in sideways? There we go. There we go. That looks good. Now, where does the bullet casing come out? I think the bullet casing comes out here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so it'll come out on the side there. And then, good. The gun light, we want that at the front. We need the muzzle on the side. So I'll play this in a loop. And I think we have permission to go crazy on this one. Okay? Because these are probably going to be the biggest muzzle flashes we have. So inside of my muzzle flash area, I'm going to delete these two. Oops. Let's select these, delete these. And for my flashes, let's get something pretty extreme. I think we're probably going to want to go with maybe even something like that or like that. I think that looks pretty dope. So we'll drop that in. And this side one, yeah, let's do this one right here, 16. Drop that in. Select these two. We'll set these to alpha. And I'll attach this to the front. And I'll attach this to the side. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Now let's do 0.6 and 0.4 and 0.4. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. Oh, that's gonna look vicious, dude. All right, and this one, let's loop you. Play. Oh, so puny. Let's go crazy on this. So first I need to line you up to be even. And then your size. Okay. That should look better. Okay. Now let's take a look at this in real time. Let's test her out. Alright. I'm going to move my main camera a little bit. I'm going to move her right over here. I think the muzzle flash, maybe, I don't know, looks pretty good. Yes, we need that. Okay, we'll do the revolver after this one. Yeah, we could do the revolver. Okay, and then while this is happening, we need to do the actual animations for the gun. I think those muzzles looked actually pretty good. Let's see. So I'm going to select my gun scar rotation. Okay. I don't even remember rotating this, which is interesting. But correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a... Does this bolt come back as you're firing? This one right here, doesn't it come back? I don't know. And is it on the right side or the left side? We should probably YouTube this, because this is, you know, science. or research, whatever. MP, what is this? Scar automatic.
How would you like to consistently nail dime-sized targets at 50 yards?
That's
I know,
nice.
that sounds crazy.
Okay, the bolt is on the correct side, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh, I gotta put the bolt on the other side. That's important. So when he fires, does the bolt move? Yes, the bolt moves. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so we gotta do a little bit of work here. I'm going to rotate our bolts and put it onto this side because that's going to be important. And then we're going to go ahead and animate this bolt. So I'm going to clear out. So I'll make this bolt there and take this bolt position, put it over there, and this thing slides all the way back. Correct? I think correct. Cool. So if I go play, Scar, we'll set it for auto. It may be a little fast for auto. We may want to go to 1. Oops. That's burst. So let's go to auto. It's somewhere in the middle of that. It's like 1.5. And the audio is definitely off. So we got to fix the audio. But I think everything else looks good. Let me turn off the looping on the casings. And then let's take a listen to some of the audio that we have. Because this one has a unique sound. It's very AK-47-ish. Yeah, we need something dark. We need something deeper to go with that. So let's do that. Let's see what we got here. That's kind of higher pitch. That's like a rifle. Oh, we so need to do this with the minigun. That's gonna be incredible. So incredible. It's gonna blow my mind. This says M4 shots. What do you guys think? hearing that. I don't know. I almost think if we do the M4 shot, let's take it down in pitch and see if we can get it close to that one. So let's go to our folder. I'm gonna go to. I'm actually just gonna use the same project. M4 shot right there. Okay. And then I'll do a razor cut right here at 2. Oops. Pan in. And let's adjust the pitch. So, let that. Let's give that a whirl. And actually, let's see. If I were to duplicate this. But slightly offset it. That makes things better. See it. Let's raise this up a little bit. Do. Alright, let's give that a whirl. Let's test that out and see if this works good. Entire session I want. File, export, entire session, and we'll call this Scar Fighter. Export. Okay. And then on my desktop, I should have Scarfire. We'll go into audio. We'll drop this thing into here. We'll delete this. Scar is going to have Scarfire. Oh! Oh! That's pretty dope. Let's see. Al, here is the gun in scene over here. Let's see. Did you put that on Discord or? Not close to perfectly considered, but nonetheless pretty nice. Oh, you downloaded it. Oh, so it works. Good. Yeah, and let me know if you see something or the Scody. Oh, Adam. Now that you jumped back on, go up in the chat. I put that MP5 in a Dropbox link so you can download it and play with it. Okay. I think this Scar is ready to go. I think this thing is set. It's pretty badass, if I do say so myself. Great work, team. Great work. We have 3 burst. And then we have an auto. And I'm wondering if the 3 burst is a little too fast. Let's see if I can get that back down. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's slick. Just want to make sure if I rotate this way. Yep, still looks good. I love it. Love it. Okay. I'm going to drop this in as a prefab. We have an assault rifle. Done. Done. All right. Next thing recommended. Wolf asked for, what about the revolver animations? Yeah. Let's do a revolver shoot. We're on a roll. Window. Filebase. Oh, this is fun. Guns. I already made this revolver. And I could actually show you what I did. It's pretty much the same thing as before. Guns, revolver. If I import that in. Oh, I need to export out my SCAR too. So let's export. Okay. I need to make sure. Oh, I need to fix a couple things real quick in my additional folder, bullet casings. I don't need the handgun bullet. Delete. So I need that FBX to move over. So I need to make sure that this FBX is using this material. And that this material is using, let's get rid of these. These textures. And I'll set this to none. So when I do my export, I right click, it's only pulling from my SCAR folder. So everything for the SCAR is right here. Okay, so SCAR, save. Okay. So I was talking about the revolver. I already did one. You guys can tell me what you think. Let's go F. Let's zoom in. I'll get this more at the side, like that. And then I'll use this side. Press play. That barrel turn is pretty fast. Let me see if I can make that a little cooler. Oh yeah, I made that rotation go really fast. Yeah, like I could stretch it out more. So that's all I did for it, pretty much. I went a little extreme on that muzzle flash, though, don't you think? Let's see. Let me copy this over. Oops. Why did I do that? Delete. Export package. Delete that out. Revolver 2. I'm thinking something that might be fun is we did handguns, we did submachine guns, we did assault rifles. I'm wondering if we should do an RPG. Because, you know, we got to round out the Call of Duty asset creation pack here, you know? So if we go to Filebase, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look and see what we can see. And look at that. We have an RPG right here. Let's have some fun here. Okay. Locate. RPG. FBX. Alright. Let me create a new folder. It's called Textures. And I'll put these two into here. I was talking to one of my artist friends, and he's like, you know, I love what you guys have, but truth be told, I can't use any of it because I don't know how to code any of it. I'm like, oh, I'm in the same boat. But this thing is way too big. I gotta go adjust this. But he mentioned, you know, it would be so valuable if you guys actually put a little code into it so that it was operational. I'm like, that's actually a really good idea, because holy goodness, look how big that RPG is. Totally 100% correct. Okay, so if I was to stack this on this dude, let's see, would that look good? It's still a little big, but I think that would be good, right there. I think size-wise, that's legit. So let me go ahead and set these back at zeros. And let me re-export this out. Desktop, save, replace. Okay. And then in here, I'm just going to delete this for now. So I can go back onto my desktop, grab this RPG, and drop this in. And inside my material, I'm going to put the RPG here, hit apply, and then for my rocket gets this rocket texture. Rocket, come on. Interesting. I think I need to make sure that both have a different... Let's see. Oh, yep. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Delete. I need to drop new material on RPG. Call this RPG. And then we'll create another one called rocket. And I'll put this onto this rocket. Then I'll export that out onto my desktop. Let me delete this one. FBX. Now I should have a rocket. Oh, what the heck? Let me test this. RPG. There we go. Okay, much better. Revolver, where are you? Revolver, you're going the correct direction. Okay, cool. So I think my RPG looks pretty good. Right? And if I fire my RPG, it's going to shoot out just like that. Okay. So this one is going to act a lot differently than I would say the other ones. It's going to have the firing mechanism. It's definitely not going to have the ability to do semi or full auto, because that would be a little overkill. And the RPG itself is going to need a script that basically tells it that we're going to do a transform translate on this rocket. And then when it hits a certain point, it's going to have a collider on it. When it hits another collider, it's got to explode. And as it's firing out, it's shooting the missile trail. But the rocket itself, the mesh renderer would turn off. The rocket position speed would stop to 0 and would stay alive so that the particles could stay alive and then disappear, and then it dies after the explosion hits. So we have like 10 things going on right now, which should make for an interesting type of animation, right? We also, let's take a look at RPGs in real life.
We all hear the stories in the news.
Dude,
The good guy
John's going to be
uses a
like,
gun to protect
what
his
is the
family
deal
from
with all
criminals."
these gun ads? It's research, man,
Okay,
research.
anyway, I don't do too many reviews on things, but today I'm going
What's
to
the
do a
deal with
review
that
on
dating
RPG
ad?
7. And they
walk up and have a look at the
at the same time as well. So I might give you the honour of finding that if you like.
I heard in real
Yeah,
life
yeah.
these things haul. Like, there's
There
no
we go.
like missile streak behind it. It's just like instantaneous, like that. Yeah, that's an instantaneous shot.
All right, we've had a bit of a go with this RPG. What happens? All right, let's head over and do it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa, that's crazy, man.
First RPG we did. So I went through.
How can you hit anything with that thing?
What happens? All right, let's head over and do it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Like, seriously, this is the most inaccurate weapon I've ever seen.
See what I can do.
It's not
I'm
even
doing
moving.
that. Go.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I guess the question is do we go with the Hollywood version of RPGs, or do we go with real versions of RPGs? How does the RPG look like in Hollywood? I'm gonna turn off that music before I get demonetized. That's what I was looking at. Like, okay, look at the Red Dawn. You see, it's like a rocket on a PVC pipe thing on a string. It's like shh, boom. Should we do that? So it's a little slower, or do we have like the instantaneous RPG? Big decisions. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Ors? Do you think we should do an RPG that is a little slower? Maybe we just let the user have the option. Let's just let the user have the option. Okay. And we should probably grab a couple more things to make this RPG work. So what do we need? We need smoke, and we need an explosion, which are two things that I just added into Unity or into GDHQ the other day. So explosion, I'm thinking we do maybe, ooh, these are nice ones. We'll do an explosion number 9. We'll locate that. Oh, I already have it in here. Beautiful. So I'm going to take explosion number 9. And then what else am I going to do? Let's do create additional. I'll do additional content. I'll drop explosion number 9 in. And then I'll also do a smoke trail. And so I'm thinking we'll probably do like smoke cloud number. Let's do smoke cloud number 4. That would be good. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag that into here. Okay. So then what do we need to do? We need to create a script for our RPG. So I'm going to create a new folder. And we'll make this C#. RPG. And then I'll drop this onto RPG. Alright, and then in here, what do we want? We want to on left trigger push rocket forward times the speed. So we're going to need a speed variable, right? So we'll create a speed variable. And then we'll also need to create a script, I guess, for our projectile, right? Because our projectile is going to have a certain amount of behaviors based on what it collides with. It needs a cooldown. And then after the cooldown, reload weapon with new rocket. And it needs to play audio. And the audio is the whooshing fire, that shh, whatever it is, that takes off. And that's, I think, all that this particular script will handle, is just, you know, on trigger fire, and is there a cooldown? So yes, time.delta time, and we'll make the cooldown a public variable too, so people will know. And then so on left trigger, so if input dot get key down, key code dot mouse O, we want to have the, ooh, that's a good question. So we need to actually tell the rocket to start, right? We don't actually want to tell the rocket where to shoot. We just want to tell the rocket to start, right? So we need to get the rocket on our transform, the script. So private game object. Is it game object or transform? Game object. I need to actually attach the script. I need to create the script for it first. So let's go here. Create C#. So I'm going to attach this to my rocket. Can't attach because script class cannot be found. Here, let me save this. Oh. There we go. Alright, now that's good. So this is actually the rocket. Okay, so I attached the rocket script to the rocket. Then in here, I'm going to do a private rocket. Alright, and what is rocket? Rocket equals transform dot find, and what am I looking for? Rocket dot get component. Get component, and we want rocket, right? So whenever I do this private variable rocket, it's going to look inside of rocket, and inside of here I want to tell my rocket I'll just call it fire. And in update, if fire equals true, debug, we are firing. You'd want to make your rockets prefabs. You would, wouldn't you? Oh, so you're thinking like instantiated every time? good point. Good point. Okay. So we need to instantiate a rocket. Interesting. That makes a lot more sense. And then every time it instantiates, it already has a speed attached to it. So then the speed would actually go onto the rocket. It wouldn't actually go onto the rocket launcher, in essence. Am I thinking about this correctly? I think I am. I think you're totally right. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a prefab folder. And in here, I will unpack this completely so I can pull out my rocket. And let's set this position to 0, 0, 0, right? And then I'll drop my rocket into my prefab. So now I have my rocket there. And then I'm going to create the new empty object, and I'll call this rocket position. And I'll drop this in here, and I'll put this rocket position, let's say right there. And this is where the rocket will instantiate from at all times. And it will shoot on off. Oh, I totally missed the toilet paper training. So this is like me going blind right now. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. So I'm just guessing. Okay. So if I were to do that, I would instantiate the rocket. The rocket would have a speed. So let's take the speed out of here. And we're going to create a public float called speed. And we don't even need the fire, because as soon as it instantiates, it's going to shoot off. So I don't need to actually connect these two at all. I just need to instantiate. And then I'm going to take this into the rocket, and I need to set this to push rocket forward at a certain speed along a path. So on left trigger, I need to instantiate rocket. And then it's going to do its thing. And then I also need to instantiate like a dummy rocket, right? So actually, that's right. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're so right. So it would instantiate immediately, then it would sit there, fire. Ah, yes. Okay, that's right. Okay. Ugh. Game object dot find. So this would have private bool fire. So when fire is true, oops, we are firing, then push the rocket. I gotcha. So we'll let instantiate on start. I guess that's the question. I guess so. It would instantiate on the start. Okay. So when I hit here, input, I need to tell rocket dot fire. Did I set this to private? Dot. Yeah. Can I serialize this and still get it? No, I think I need to set it to public. Oh, do I? Let's see. Let's see. In my RPG, I need to actually grab a couple things. So I need, in my RPG, I need, yeah, actually, let's do private. Oh, I wouldn't even be finding this. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. Private game object rocket. And this is serialized field. In here, I grab my rocket, which is my prefab. I also need to private game object RPG or rocket position, right? Which is right here. And that's where we want the RPG to instantiate. Okay, so if that's the case, I'm just going to turn this off for a second. And on input, we need to instantiate the game object rocket, right? So the original vector 3 position. So instantiate rocket position. Let's see. And there's quaternion.identity. Rocket position dot. Is that correct? Dot position. So I would instantiate this. So if I press play, we'd left click, boom, instantiated my rocket. Now that means I can instantiate a bunch of them. But we have a cooldown system. Okay. So on left trigger, instantiate a rocket. But we also, we need to have that start rocket to be there. Right? So we need, don't we need to set another? Yes, we need to instantiate and start. So if we take this, we started like this. We have our start. Then when we press the button, we want it to fire. And then once it's fired after a cooldown, then we make it come back to instantiate again. Am I correct? And once it instantiates again, then we have the option of firing it. I think that's right. So then do we do the fire? So let's hold off on this. We got this as like step like 4 that I think I've done too early. I need a fire. So fire weapon, right? And that firing of the weapon is we want to go to you can put an inactive rocket. Yeah, I mean, we could put an inactive rocket in there that we just turn on and off. We could just turn that on and off the mesh renderer, and then when we press the fire, it actually shoots the RPG rocket. Decisions. There's so many choices here. Either way, we need to find that rocket. So but we're instantiating it. Oh, so how do I get... All right, take care, Star. Thank you for tuning in. Right. I'm thinking that's the same thing. A viral is... what if we had 2 rockets? One is like a static rocket, and one is the prefab that we instantiate when it launches. And then we set a timer so that the static rocket's always inside the rocket. When you fire it, it shoots out, and then, you know, after X amount of seconds, which would be like a reload animation where they take the gun, dip it down, whatnot, or dig it up, or put a new rocket in, then the new rocket would appear. I think that may be a good idea, honestly. So you'd swap between the two, and all you would do with the static one is just turn off the mesh renderer. But then Oris is saying put the rocket in there and have 2 modes. A fire mode. And when the fire gets true, then we push forward. Right. You wouldn't need the instantiated rocket. Okay. Alright, let's just try this way first. Let's instantiate it, let it sit, and then we'll fire it off, and then we'll instantiate another one that just sits until you fire the weapon. Okay. So, at the start, it instantiates, and it's sitting there inside of our rocket. So if I press play, it should pop up right away. Okay. Then I need to fire the weapon. So I need to tell this prefab, this rocket right here, get component, dot fire So do I do a temp variable here? So this would be what would I call this? This is a, what am I looking for? This would be a bool. What do I do here? I need to get that fire in a prefab that I've instantiated. I instantiated rocket, but I can't get the fire. Why is that? Dot get component. Or am I using the wrong brackets? There we go. Fire equals true. I knew. So stupid. So stupid. Okay. So if this is correct, it instantiates. If I press the left button in console, I should get a. Oh. I didn't get it. Okay. Why didn't I get it? If fire equals true, right now it currently equals false. Press play. Oh, we are firing. Okay, well, there you go. Why is it true, though? It shouldn't be true. Equals false. Okay, it wants to be true. What am I missing here? This should make sense. Why is the fire set to true already? It shouldn't be set to true. When it instantiated. Oh, that's why. Okay. When it instantiated. Okay. So now, when I left click, yeah. Apply all. Let me make sure that this is set to nothing. Okay. And then if I hit the play button, let's see, somebody sent me something. Oh boy. This is interesting. I need to see this in the script. Oh boy. Rocket prefab, the prefab version. Let's see, how do let me put this in a notebook. It's a little hard to read. Oh, I think this is going to be even harder. Let me create an empty script. It doesn't like that. Okay. Let's see. I need to instance the prefab and the prefab itself. What am I doing? Okay. Let's see. I'm making the value true always. Let's see. How am I making the value true always? Okay. So right now, our rocket's always set to false because it always starts as false. If fire equals true, then it's going to fire. So it can't do anything here. In the RPG script, the RPG in my prefab, why is it always set to positive? It shouldn't. That's what you guys are talking about. In Rocket, I don't have anything in here that says set to true. So let me turn off the prefab. Let me go into this prefab where the frick is this thing? Okay, so that's set to false. Okay, and in here it should be set to false. So if I press play, the rocket should be set to false, right? Okay. And if that's the case, let me make sure, click on these. It's always set to false. I need to instantiate my rocket at start. So I got my rocket position, and I got my RPG. So when I press play, it should instantiate, and it's not. Why is it not? on start, instantiate the rocket. Let's see, Avril, you are making the value true for always. When firing, just add false when the rocket is fired. When you clicked firing, you need to add false too. Let me... Oh, okay. Clearly you guys see what I don't see. So I cannot wait to see this. Let's drop this RPG script right here. Okay. Okay, so we have a cooldown. We have a public game object rocket prefab, rocket position, current rocket in chamber. Void start in chamber rocket. All right, let's give this a whirl. RPG. Let's delete this. And then an RPG, let's drop the script in. In here, we have the rocket. Oops. Our rocket prefab. Come work with me. Rocket prefab and our rocket position. And then clicking on here. Okay, why don't you like this? Oh, is it the class? RPG. This thing is RPG. The class is RPG. Key code instantiate. Oh, is this doing that weird thing again? Unity, did you fuck me over one more time? What the hell? I do have two classes named RPG. Let's see. I only have one though. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. It's looking for an old one. Oh, there it is. Mono behavior. Does it even need this? Okay, in-chamber rocket. Rocket we are currently firing. Get component rocket. Dot fire. Equals true. Correct? So if I press play, it should instantiate. Now, I need to make sure, is everything connected here? I don't even think the script is attached. So, rocket, prefab, rocket, position, and then press play. Okay, I got a rocket clone. So that's good. So I'm going to turn this back on and apply all. I'm actually going to delete this rocket. And we'll hit play. Okay, so it starts off. Now here's, I guess, okay, here's where my logic is getting confused. I haven't pressed the mouse down yet. So I can't possibly set this rocket to true yet. This rocket is, for some odd reason, fucking set to true. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay, so it should not fire. Yes, that's correct. Then press the button. Now we fire. Okay. Why does that keep turning back on? So annoying. Okay. So this logic now works. Oh, try setting it to false. That's a great point. Yeah, let's set it to false in the start. That may keep this thing from screwing me over. Okay. Press play. Null reference. Oh, is that because I did it before I instantiated? Yes. Bad me, bad me, bad me. Okay. Boom. Firing. Go team! Go team! Thank you for putting up with this. Okay. We are firing a rocket. Then, inside of our RPG, it's firing. And then once it fires, we want our rocket to shoot forward. So, And we also just want it to shoot once, because I have a funny feeling that it's just going to keep firing over and over again. So, we may need to... time for another work wall. All right. We'll work on the shooting the rocket out first. Okay. So, in-chamber rocket. Now we need to tell the rocket to fire. When it does fire, it's going to push the rocket forward. So this would be a transform dot, or actually, isn't it a vector 3 dot forward? Yeah, isn't that what it is? It's a transform. It was a transform dot vector 3 dot forward. How did I write that? Oh gosh, why is my memory going out of me? What was I doing? Oh, why am I forgetting the basics right now? Jesus Lord Almighty. Thank you. Transform.translate. Times speed times time dot delta time. And that should move that forward. Oh man, my memory. And then the speed we can set at whatever variable we want. So let's set this to 5 for right now. Oh, that's cooldown. 0. In my rocket, I'll set my speed to 5. So if I press play, there we go. Okay. All right. Eesh. Okay. Now with that done, what do we do about restarting our rocket launcher? So we should probably have a cooldown. And in that cooldown, so right now the rocket's going. We don't care at this point. We'll work on the rocket in just a second. What we care about is when the next rocket loads into chamber. And that should probably be a cooldown. So we have a cooldown, and let's say the cooldown is 3 seconds. Okay. At the end of 3 seconds, we want this to occur. And that will instantiate the new rocket. So we need to create a coroutine of a bool that will instantiate our rocket. Right? So IE numerator. Rocket cooldown. And in IEnumerator rocket cooldown, we need to yield return new wait 4 seconds, and I'll put in cooldown. And after 3 seconds, we are going to run this script. And then in here, we're going to do a start coroutine rocket cooldown. Boom. Okay, let's test that out. Press play. Fire. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Okay. Okay, good, 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 good. Now, this coroutine can actually run again and again and again and again, if I'm not mistaken, because I haven't set a bool on when this rocket can respawn again. See, I just created 4 clones right there. So I need to also tell Unity that you can't run this coroutine until this whole cooldown is finished. So I need a private bool can reload. That's a true or false that says, hey, at the end of this, you can reload your RPG. That's what we'll need. So if can reload equals true, then start my coroutine, right? So then this will immediately do a equals false. And then at the end of this, can reload equals true. All right. Let's test that out. It didn't instantiate. Oh, this may be a problem. So if can reload equals true, start the coroutine. So can reload equals false. I should have already started the coroutine. So let me see, is this running? Let's see if that's going to stop it. 2, 3. Is this running? Is this running? Is not running. Okay. So that's an issue. Let me see if it's now running. Two, 3. Is this running? It's not. Okay. Probably some simple logic error here, so let me think. If can reload equals true. Oh, can reload is always going to be false at the beginning. Oh, that's why. Can reload equals true. Okay, this will work. So I can reload. Fire. Is this running? 2, 3. but I can't run a whole bunch of them right now. Perfect. Okay, this works. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. This is interesting. This is good. Okay, guys, I'm starting to wear out. I'm starting to fade. But I want to keep pushing this a little further. And then I'll get this RPG going. I think I'll finish it up maybe next week, and then, or maybe in a couple days, I may finish this up online. And then after that, I was thinking, let's do a 2D level, because we haven't done one of those in a long time. And I want to put together a course on how to do a 2D level using tilemap, just the art stuff. And I think people get a big kick out of it. So, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all your help. I hope you guys like the gun. I really appreciate everyone's help on it. I think we've wrecked the auto machine gun area, and we'll get this RPG working. And once I finish the RPG, then I'll jump right to the 2D level, and we'll do another live stream on that. I may even do it for possibly Friday. Let me think about it. But yes, thank you guys for tuning in. It's kind of cool. It's definitely coming together, and I appreciate that. So yeah, and if you guys are just catching near at the end, I put in the chat a link to the machine gun that we built, the MP5, and you guys will be able to check that out and download it. It's kind of like a thank you for tuning in and hanging out with me. Yeah, I think also it'd be fun to do like a 2D level. I need to figure out the best 2D level to do though. I've been contemplating, and you know what I was thinking of is a little bit of old school Contra. And what we would do is do like a 2D Contra level using Filebase assets. I think that would be pretty badass. It wouldn't look completely 8-bit, but we could make it look pretty slick. You know, something kind of like along the line of this. Contra Return. Which I have never even heard of before. But that looks pretty dope. You know, something kind of along the line with that. But, alright guys. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. And I will catch you in a couple days. Alright? Alright guys. You take care. Yeah, 2D tools. I saw that. I want to play with that. I want to play with the new lights and the new normal maps, and make sure that those things are set to go and awesome. But alright guys, I will catch you later.